The House will come to order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 1st, 2021. I hereby appoint the Honorable Earl Blumenauer to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Gracious God, such privilege you have shown us. What favor you have bestowed on this nation from its inception 245 years ago. This republic is nothing short of your gracious gift. In your mercy, you have called us into liberty. And on this Independence Day, we acknowledge the sacrifice of our country's ancestors and the toil of our founders. Much blood has been spilled and tears shed to ensure the success of the experiment of American democracy. Remind us again, even as we celebrate this weekend, that noble ideals served to build the strong foundation of these United States. Our freedoms are not occasion for us to promote selfish interests or exercise our privilege over another. Rather, in light of the independence we enjoy, we are called to recommit ourselves to what binds us together. May we once again seek corporately to love and serve you, as we devote ourselves to love and serve this country and all who have pledged themselves to its principles. May we, without fault, in response to your undeserved favor on our country, proclaim liberty throughout the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. God bless America. In your saving name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Tanco.
No. Gentlemen will suspend. We've got to read number 4 first.
Oh, excuse me. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the last day's proceedings is approved. Now, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Tanco.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches from each side of the aisle. For which purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate a constituent and dear friend, Andy Melendres, on his retirement from the Riverside City Council. Mr. Melendres has served as a council member for Ward 2 for 4 consecutive terms, and during his first term as council member, he focused on enforcing public safety. He has also always been and was a strong advocate for Riverside's youth. Mr. Melendres brought the first youth opera program at the Cesar Chavez Bobby Bonds Community Center and other social service programs for youth that would provide them with mentoring, workforce development training, and other opportunities to improve their lives. Mr. Melendres' dedication to improving the lives of families in Riverside is admirable, and there's no doubt of his dedication and commitment to public service. Riverside was lucky to have him as a leader, as a local leader, and I wish him the best in his retirement from the City Council. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
To ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, every 5 years, this body deliberates a surface transportation reauthorization, which is traditionally a bipartisan effort to deliver improvements to America's infrastructure like roads, bridges, highways, and transit. Unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are stripping this bill of its bipartisan roots in favor of their My Way or the Highway plan that's riddled with Green New Deal priorities, wasteful spending, and a clear prioritization of urban America over rural America. The Democrats' bill provides an estimated $307 billion for the Green New Deal-related mandates, ties the hands of states to address their unique projects, fails to streamline the project delivery process, and pulls resources away from programs upon which rural communities rely. There's a That's a losing deal for every American waiting for real improvement to infrastructure they use every day, and it's a losing deal for our kids and grandkids who will have to be forced to foot the bill. We must reject this harmful proposal and work together on a bipartisan surface transportation bill that meets the mark for every American who relies on our nation's transportation
Time has
systems.
expired.
Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I rise on behalf of the thousands of Palestinian families in the West Bank that face the prospect of eviction, demolition, and displacement from their homes by the Israeli government. We have received word that demolition orders have already begun for homes in Al Bustan, neighborhood of Silwan in East Jerusalem. A few months ago, families in Sheikh Jarrah and other neighborhoods faced a similar fate. Tomorrow, others will also. After the devastation and bloodshed of the past few months and the continued toll of the coronavirus pandemic on Palestinian families, we cannot allow these evictions, demolitions, and displacements to further exacerbate this humanitarian crisis. No individual or family should ever be forcibly removed from their home. Not in the West Bank, not in Gaza, not in Europe, not in Asia, not really anywhere. It's wrong. This crisis must end now. This is about human rights, dignity, and respect. If we are ever to achieve peace in the region, a true two-state solution, there must be a mutual understanding. I once again urge the Biden administration to do everything in its power to stop the evictions. Thank you, and I yield back.
What purpose the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District 2021 Congressional Art Contest winner, Isabella Kern. The annual art competition organized by the Congressional Institute showcases the artwork of high school students from across every congressional district in the country. Isabella just graduated from Richland High School earlier this month. Her artwork, titled America's Working Woman, is an oil paint on canvas. Isabella's work was selected by an independent panel of judges from 70 entries, which is the largest group of students to participate in the 15th District's Congressional Artwork Competition. All the winning pieces will be displayed for the year in the Cannon Tunnel, where they will be viewed by members of Congress, staff, and many visitors to the Capitol every day. Congratulations, Isabella, and congratulations to all those who entered in Pennsylvania 15th and throughout the nation who participated in this competition and expressed their creative skills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, after a year of battling the coronavirus pandemic, my home Commonwealth of Pennsylvania ended its mask mandate. I am proud of Pennsylvania for exceeding President Biden's goal for vaccinations by the 4th of July, with over 75% of adults with one dose and 60% of both doses. We are safely lifting our mask mandate. I salute my state's leadership in putting health and science first as we sought to get the virus under control. When this pandemic started, no one knew how long it would take to get past these precautions, and at times it was difficult to see any return to normalcy, but we got there together. I thank my constituents for their sacrifice. Pennsylvania families, teachers, students, workers, and businesses, you saved lives, jobs, and businesses. And as we are on our way to beating this pandemic, I look forward to seeing your smiling faces again on Independence Day. Let's take lessons from this pandemic. American workers need higher wages. Health care is a right. School and child care funding is vital. It is time to upgrade our infrastructure. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Summer Olympics in Tokyo will kick off in less than a month, and I would be amiss not to mention a young track star from a college in my district who is making his first Olympic appearance. Kenny Benderek, a 22-year-old sprinter who hails from Indian Hills Community College in my hometown of Ottumwa, earned a spot on the USA Olympic team when he finished second in the men's 200-meter dash with an impressive time of 19.78 seconds, becoming the first Iowa junior college athlete to qualify for the Olympic Games. Though COVID-19 might have delayed the 2020 Summer Olympics, we are all glad to see that it is back on schedule, and Iowa's 2nd District is proud to be represented by such a stellar athlete on Team USA. I wish you the best, Kenny, and I know you will do great as you go on to Tokyo to represent both the United States and Iowa in the Summer Olympic Games. I'd also like to wish my brother Richard Miller a happy birthday. Richard was a Secret Service agent who guarded 5 presidents. Happy birthday, Rick, and happy Independence Day to our nation. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
2020 was California's worst fire season on record, and 2021 has the potential to be even worse. Wildfires damage property, pollute our air, and threaten lives, and we need to take action. I've been calling for fair pay for federal firefighters. These brave Americans put their lives on the line to keep our communities safe, and I'm glad that the Biden administration recently committed to paying federal firefighters at least $15 an hour. As we begin another fire season, we need to strengthen our coordination across levels of government to learn from past disasters. I've introduced legislation to create an independent board to closely examine and report on natural disasters. This will keep families safe and save taxpayers money. And we need to tackle a key contributor to worsening fire seasons, the climate crisis. As we move forward on infrastructure legislation, environmental protection must be a priority. For the millions of Americans and Californians hurt by wildfires each year, doing nothing is not an option.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to defend the unborn and protect taxpayers from being forced to fund abortions. The Hyde Amendment, which prohibits taxpayer dollars from paying for abortion, has enjoyed broad bipartisan consensus since 1976, and a majority of Americans support it today. It's estimated to have saved nearly 2.5 million lives. It saddens me that I now have to defend this common sense provision from attacks by congressional Democrats and the Biden administration. Americans should not be forced to financially support the destruction of life. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, which would codify this vital prohibition into law. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees of Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers, as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships. For what purposes, gentlemen from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, here we go again. The laughable attempt by senior White House officials to cast Republicans as those that want to defund the police is completely ridiculous. They put up this fig leaf on the concept that because we didn't support an irresponsible nearly $2 trillion spending package, which had a tiny portion of it, $350 million out of $2 trillion, possibly to be able to go for local government to decide if they want to use for police. That's what the whole premise is on. So somehow Republicans are defunding the police. Well, I think the mantra that we've seen come from the Democrats, some in this chamber and many at local government level, such as New York, for example, where one member from this chamber said defunding the police means defunding the police. And that New York City proceeded to cut $1 billion from the NYPD. In Minneapolis, another member said, well, it's time to reimagine public safety in Minneapolis, where they went on to cut over $6 million. But instead, after having seen the error of their ways, are now restoring the money. In Los Angeles, for example, they called for a cut of $100 million, and now they're restoring that.
The gentleman's
Amazing.
time has expired. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, Further consideration of H.R. 3684 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 49, H.R. 3684, a bill to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendments en bloc 5, printed in House Report 117-75, offered by the gentlewoman from Kansas, Ms. David, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 5, consisting of amendments numbered 116, 117, 118, 123, 124, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 133, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, and 149, printed in House Report Number 117-75, offered by Ms. Davids of Kansas.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlewoman from Kansas. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on amendment on block number 5.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 5, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on amendments on Block 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on amendment on block number 5. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on amendment on block number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on the amendments on block number 5. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the amendments on block number 5. And as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the amendments on block number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the Davis Amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on N block number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to Ed Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on amendment en bloc number 5.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on amendment on block number 5. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on amendment on block number 5.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on amendments in block number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Young from the state of Alaska, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on unblock number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on block number 5.
It's Florida. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote nay on N block number 5. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar from the state of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on N Block 5.
This is a gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote yes on amendment en bloc number 5.
Very well.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon from the great state of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on N Block number 5. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on N Block number 5. And as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, the great state of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on N Block number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on N Block number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on block number 5. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the amendments in block number 5. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the amendments in block number 5. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on the amendments in block number 5. As the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on the amendments in block number 5.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wasserman Schultz will vote yea on amendment N block number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nunez of California, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nunez will vote no on Block 5.
Does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on N block number 5. Thank you.
Does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jamie Herrera Butler from Washington State, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote nay on N Block 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on N Block 5.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on amendment on block number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the amendments on block number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Swazi pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote aye on amendment en bloc number 5. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote yea on amendment en bloc number 5.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on amendment in block number 5.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
My distinguished speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote yea on en bloc number 5.
On this vote, The yeas are 217, the nays 199. The amendments in block are adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 132, printed in House Report 11775, offered by the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 132, printed in House Report number 117-75, offered by Mrs. Lee of Nevada.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Nevada. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young from the state of Alaska, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on amendment number 132.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on Amendment 132. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on Amendment 132. And as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, the great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on Amendment 132.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the Lee amendment. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on amendment number 132.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the Lee amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on the Lee amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote nay on Amendment 132. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on Amendment 132.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Washington Schultz pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Washington Schultz will vote yea on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington State will vote nay on Amendment 132.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, Pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on Amendment 132. Thank you.
Purpose is the gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote yes on the Lee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nunez of California pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nunez will vote no on Amendment 132.
This guy from Texas? California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on the Lee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the Lee Amendment.
Does a gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote yea on the Lee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the Lee Amendment. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the Lee Amendment. As a member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on the Lee Amendment. And as the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on the Lee Amendment.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on Amendment 132.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Swazi pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote aye on the Lee Amendment.
what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko from the state of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote nay on amendment number 132.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the Lee Amendment.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on Amendment 132.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on Amendment 132. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that the Congress member will vote yes on the Lee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on the Lee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the Lee amendment. As member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on the Lee amendment. As a member designated by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote yes on the Lee amendment.
On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays 200. The amendment is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs, and for other purposes.
The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Gibbs of Ohio moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 3684, to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young of Alaska, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on the amendment on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote no on the motion to recommit. As a member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote no on the motion to recommit. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nunes of California pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nunes will vote yes to the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, pursuant to H from the House, that Mr. Payne will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. McNerney will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes on the motion to recommit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Comer of the state of Kentucky pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote yea on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mrs. Salazar of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote no on the motion to recommit. As a member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko from New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek
Speaker,
recognition?
as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes no on the motion.
We're caught up. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the motion to recommit.
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wasserman Schultz will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Swazi pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Utah. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington State, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
Texas again. For what purpose does a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on the motion to recommit. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yes on the motion to recommit. And as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, the great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the yeas are 202, the nays 217. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and with Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote yes on H.R. 3684. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on 3684. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on 3684.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote no on H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania
Speaker,
seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, and for the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on final passage.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nunes of California pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nunes will vote no on H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote yea on H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on H.R. 3684. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on H.R. 3684. And as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, the great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 3684. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Swazi pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote aye on H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 3684.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on H.R. 3684.
For what purposes, a gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 3684. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 3684.
For what purposes, a gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on H.R. 3648. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes, a gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on H.R. 3684. As a member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 3684.
For what purposes, a gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote nay on H.R. 3684.
For what purposes, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. McNerney will vote yes on H.R. 3684.
For what purposes, a gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on H.R. 3684. Thank you.
For what purposes, a gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wasserman Schultz will vote yea on H.R. 3684.
For what purposes, a gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington State, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote nay on H.R. 3684.
For what purposes, a gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on H.R. 3684.
For what purposes, a gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on H.R. 6884, or 3084.
For what purposes, a gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 3684.
For what purposes, a gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young of Alaska pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on H.R. 3684.
For what purposes, a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Comer of the state of Kentucky pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote nay on H.R. 3684. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the great state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 3684. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yes on H.R. 3684. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yes on H.R. 3684. And as the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yes on H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 3684.
On this vote, the yeas are 221, the noes 201. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that in the engrossment of H.R. 3684, the clerk be authorized to correct section numbers, punctuation, spelling, and cross-references, and to make sure that such other technical conforming changes as may be necessary to reflect the actions of the House.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
House is not in order.
The gentleman is correct. House will come to order. Gentleman may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, consistent with Israel's request for $1 billion in emergency military aid to fund the Iron Dome, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Appropriations be discharged from further consideration of House Joint Resolution 54 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers, as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the Chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
What is your inquiry?
Can the Speaker inform us of the composition of the floor leadership?
Floor leadership includes the Speaker and majority leader on the majority side and the minority leader on the minority side, and does not include the entire hierarchy of party leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for that clarification. So that means that the Speaker and Majority Leader
The gentleman
is
has not been recognized.
funding.
The gentleman has not been recognized for debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
My Alabama colleagues in honoring and remembering the incredible life of Congressman Sonny Callahan.
The gentleman will suspend.
As most of us
The gentleman will suspend. Are you seeking unanimous consent to address the House?
Yes, I am, sir.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Sonny Callahan, better known as just Sonny in the district, served Alabama's 1st Congressional District in Washington for 18 years and lived a life devoted to public service. Before his time in Congress, Sonny joined the United States Navy and served in the Alabama legislatures. Sonny was a true statesman, and his service to our state and to our nation was unmatched. For many years, Sonny was a close friend and a mentor of not only myself, but everyone that knew him. Although he is no longer with us, his legacy and his impact will live on forever. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members present rise for a moment of silence in honor of the late Sonny Callahan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of Pastor Reginald Alton Pope, a beloved faith and community leader in Los Angeles. Under Pastor Pope's direction, Bethel Missionary Baptist Church went beyond the walls of the church to offer support services to its neighbors, did outreach to the unhoused, provided unemployment services, and much more. I witnessed this work after worshiping with the church on a Father's Day morning. It was a moving service. Pastor Pope preached that his country is big enough for all our children. I'll always remember his passion and his compassion. Pastor Pope founded the Watts Area Ministers as a force for positive community change. I was honored to participate in their annual Martin Luther King Day festivities, always first-rate, service-focused events. After a life of service to our community, Pastor Pope passed away on June 16, 2021. He is missed. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, when I became a physician, I took a Hippocratic oath to do no harm. It has guided my actions and my conscience to do no harm. For the past 41 years, most Americans, regardless of their views on abortion, have agreed on one very simple principle. No taxpayer should be required to pay for abortion. We have agreed that Americans who believe life begins at conception should not be coerced by the government to violate their conscience. As a senator, Joe Biden told his constituents that, and I quote, "The government should not tell those with strong convictions against abortion, such as you and I, that we must pay for them." That was Joe Biden then. Tragically, President Biden and our colleagues across the aisle now want to eliminate life-saving Hyde Amendment protections and force every U.S. taxpayer to fund abortions through government spending. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion and Abortion Insurance Full Disclosure Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, I want to honor the life of a family man, an entrepreneur, a community member, and a friend, Don Camerino Gonzalez Valle, who passed away last week, embodied the American dream. Camerino and his dad came to the U.S. to work in the Bracero program, just like my father had. Camerino didn't fear hard work. He worked in the fields at meat packing plants as a taxi driver and a bartender, but he found success by appealing to our community's cravings for food that reminded them of home. He founded Taqueria Los Comales in 1973 in our neighborhood of Little Village, serving delicious tacos al pastor, just like the ones you find in Mexico. His strong work ethic and good eye for business soon turned into a restaurant with a chain of over 25 taquerias that went as far as Houston and Wisconsin. But Don Camerino was more than a businessman. He was, in a way, a father figure for many recently arrived immigrants who could find a plate of food and a job at his restaurants. On holidays like Thanksgiving and Christmas, he would keep the restaurant open so that immigrants who were far from home could feel closer to their country of birth. Our common respect and admiration for our immigrant community is what brought us together as friends. He was also adamant about preserving important traditions like charreria, a Mexican-style rodeo, which he practiced with great discipline and honor. When I decided to run for office, he supported me. My wife and Evelyn and I send our thoughts to Don Camerino's family during this time. He will be sorely missed in our community. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor the life of Mr. Vernon D. Martin of St. Simon's Island, Georgia, who peacefully passed away on June 12th at the age of 78. Vernon was born in Oklahoma and moved to St. Simon's Island in 1969 after accepting a position with the Coastal Georgia Regional Development Commission. At the time, he would become the youngest executive director of a regional agency in the United States. It is at the Coastal Georgia Regional Development Commission that I met Vernon as I served as the chair of that commission during the time that he was executive director. Some of Vernon's accomplishments include securing the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Brunswick and the Kings Bay Naval Submarine Base in Camden County. He also proudly served in the Georgia Army and Georgia Air National Guards for 40 years, retiring as a colonel. Through every position he had, he worked to better his community and improve the lives of others. One cannot visit Georgia's 1st Congressional District without seeing the profound impacts Vernon made for his community. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends, and all who knew him during this most difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share how the Invest in America Act, which we just passed, will benefit residents of my district as well as communities across the country. Year after year, the U.S. Congress has failed to muster the political will to properly fund American infrastructure. State and local authorities don't have enough money to meet basic maintenance needs, much less to make investments in modernization, expansion, or other improvements. Thankfully, the Invest in America Act can change that. It provides $715 billion to repair and improve our nation's infrastructure, create good-paying jobs, and lay the foundation for robust economic growth in the 21st century. I'm proud to say that this package includes almost $21 million for projects to help communities in my district, small businesses, commuters, and residents. These projects include the redesign of dangerous rail crossings, upgrades to commuter transit stations, bike lanes, and safety improvements to areas like the Cobbs Creek Parkway, which is the site of hundreds of accidents, many of them fatal. We have more work to do to get an infrastructure package to President Biden's desk and signed into law, but passing the Invest in America Act is an important step towards that goal. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act. For nearly half a century, Republicans and Democrats shared a bipartisan position that we should not use taxpayer dollars to fund abortions. Unfortunately, Democrats have now changed their mind. It is imperative that we codify the Hyde Amendment, which protects the conscience rights of all Americans. We must also continue working across the aisle on solutions for low-income mothers and children, including housing, childcare, and health care, to ensure that every child is given equal opportunities, no matter the circumstances of their conception or birth. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance.
Regretfully, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my profound support for life. Unfortunately, life is under attack in America right now. With the introduction of a Democrat budget that does not feature the Hyde Amendment protections, taxpayers could soon be funding abortions, something that has been outlawed for many years. Ending these safeguards is both unpopular and unrepresentative of the will of the American people. Taxpayers should not be forced to subsidize abortions that destroy the dignity of life and millions of unborn babies in America. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance.
Unfortunately, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as the Chinese Communist Party marks a century of power, Americans must renew our efforts to hold this regime accountable for its human rights atrocities. The Chinese government has imprisoned more than 1 million Uyghurs, persecuting this religious minority for their fundamental beliefs. For 100 years, the Chinese Communist Party has committed gross violations of human rights, mass imprisonment, torture, and genocide. Now more than ever, Americans must stand strong with the people of China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. We must support the Chinese people's right to free expression, their right to privacy, and their right to life itself. As Americans celebrate the 4th of July, we must remember that our freedom is much too precious to be taken for granted. As President Ronald Reagan said, freedom is a fragile thing, and it's never more than 1 generation away from extinction. Thank you, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the career of an exemplary public servant in my district. San Bernardino County Sheriff John McMahon will retire this month after 36 years of service to the people of San Bernardino. His career started in 1985 when he was assigned to the sheriff's station in the town of Needles. And since then, he served in 15 different stations. He has served in every rank possible to hold in the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, and he served as the sheriff of my county since 2014. In that time, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department has become known as one of the premier law enforcement agencies in the entire nation under his exemplary leadership. We thank him for his service to the people of our district, and we wish him and his wife, Shelley, the best of luck in retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I request to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Recently, if you look at the CDC numbers, we hit an all-time record in drug overdoses for a 12-month period at 90,000. That's up from 45,000 only 6 years ago. There are 2 dangerous trends that are going the exact opposite way that you'd think if we care about the people who died and their families. First of all, because of the anti-police hysteria out there, the number of police are being reduced, and for that reason, at least in my area, they are no longer doing criminal investigations in some cities when there are drug overdoses. And secondly, I think the major reason for the massive increase in deaths is the increase in fentanyl deaths. Fentanyl being actually much more dangerous than heroin. We now have this happening at a time when the Border Patrol is being pulled off the border to process unaccompanied minors, and we have the horrible situation of not even increasing the budget of the Border Patrol. So if we care about the 90,000 people who die every year of drug overdoses, it's time to start caring a little bit more about the border and care a little bit more about the number of police we have in our country. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request my welfare consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as the chairman of the U.S.-Slovenia Friendship Caucus to commemorate today, July 1st, as the first day of the Slovenian presidency of the Council of the European Union. Slovenia takes the helm of one of the EU's main decision-making bodies at a challenging time, not just for the EU, but for the world at large. Slovenia will manage a Europe working to control the COVID pandemic, seeking to repair the economic and social damage from this virus, all the while dealing with the ongoing and critical issues with the EU and the U.S., such as countering Chinese and Russian influence, bolstering cybersecurity, and charting an economic path for the future. As Slovenia begins its 6-month presidency, it is doing so under the slogan, Together, Resilient Europe, which outlines an agenda where Slovenia seeks to facilitate the European recovery while also reflecting a European future, strengthening the rule of law and European values, and increasing security and stability of the European neighborhood. Slovenian officials have also made their intentions known to balkanize the EU through engaging Western Balkan states which have yet to be able to join. Slovenia's presidential platform makes it clear they are up to the unique challenge. The challenge of not just recovering from a once-in-a-generation pandemic, but thinking strategically to promote a more resilient Europe in the future. I wish my strong friend and ally Slovenia all the best.
The gentleman's
that,
time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand for life and to speak about the removal of the Hyde Amendment from President Biden's budget. The president's decision to remove this life-saving measure from his budget was disappointing, as this provision has been in every budget since its enactment in 1980. H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, would correct this misguided omission from the president's budget for codifying the Hyde Amendment into federal law, preventing taxpayer dollars from funding abortions. In no circumstance should any American be forced to go against their conscience and publicly fund abortions with their tax dollars. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration on H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there is a crisis of crime in our city streets. Violent crime is up double digits in Seattle, Portland, Austin, Oakland, and major cities across our great country. And the increase in violent crime is the predictable result of liberal cities defunding and undermining their law enforcement. Like in Austin, Texas, where the far-left city council cut $150 million from their police budget. And what did we see weeks later? Weeks later, a doubling in the number of murders. Just this week, the police chief in Oakland, California, begged publicly for the city council not to cut the police department budget because it would result in more crime. When you cut law enforcement budgets, you reduce the number of law enforcement officers. When you reduce the number of law enforcement officers, more criminals will be on the streets. This is not rocket science. Stop attacking, undermining, and defunding law enforcement, and the crisis of crime will stop being a crisis. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentle lady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has taken the lives of 4 million individuals across the world, including 600,000 Americans. It took the life of my mother-in-law, as well as the loved ones of many of my constituents in the community that I represent. As we safely reopen our communities and evaluate lessons learned, we know no one wants to see another pandemic. As we hear of the new Delta variant, I know I'm not alone in wanting answers regarding the origins of COVID-19. Reports of this virus having escaped from a lab must be taken seriously and looked into, especially as CCP refuses to cooperate with investigations into COVID-19's origins. As we mark the CCP centennial, and it continues its quest to be the world's top economic, technological, and military superpower, it's more important than ever that we get to the truth. This is a public health issue, economic issue, and a national security issue that, as we saw over the past year, will impact each of us. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in 100 days, Vice President Harris has been overseeing the border. An estimated 500,000 immigrants and thousands of pounds of drugs have flowed over the border into our country. Despite clear evidence
of a worsening crisis, the Biden administration continues to dismantle effective policies. When I visited the border, Border Patrol agents consistently expressed that eliminating the Remain in Mexico policy has brought on this current crisis. Now the Biden administration is considering rescinding yet another successful policy, Title 42, which allows CBP to expel adult migrants. The data is clear. Human traffickers, drug smugglers, and criminals are benefiting from the Biden administration's open border policies. More fentanyl has been seized this year than in all of 2020. Deadly drugs like fentanyl are flowing across the border into our communities, killing people in my district and all of our districts. Fentanyl was present in 75% of the overdose deaths in my home county of Luzerne County in the last year. An open border is not some faraway problem. Consequences are reverberating across America. We must send a strong message of enforcement and resecure our southern border. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4 of 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. I rise today, as I always do, with great respect for all and love of country at heart. I rise today for very special reasons. Today is one of the days that I will cherish for the rest of my life. And what I will do today is something that I believe will help us to commemorate an unfortunate circumstance that our country has been a part of. This is a day that I will have the opportunity to bring to the attention of the Congress of the United States of America a very special resolution. This is a resolution that is supporting the designation of Slavery Remembrance Day. The resolution proposes that August the 20th, 2021 serve as the first Slavery Remembrance Day. And this is done to remind us of the evils of slavery. I have noticed that as time has passed during my lifetime, that there have been those who have sought to whitewash, to sanitize the evils associated with slavery. This is a necessary resolution because this resolution will forever allow us to remember the horrors of slavery, the events that have shaped our current circumstances. Slavery was our seminal sin. It's the sin that has, for too long, centuries, for too long, had an impact on the politics, the economics, the social standing of people in our country. This resolution reads as follows. I shall not read it in its entirety today, but there are some portions of it that are exceedingly important. It reads, whereas this resolution may be cited as the original Slavery Remembrance Day resolution of 2021. And for those who keep records, it is HRes 517. HRes 517. It has been filed and it has more than 75 original co-sponsors. I'm saying original and more than 75 simply because right up to the last minute we were adding people. So more than 75 original co-sponsors. I shall do all that I can to memorialize the persons who are original co-sponsors, and I shall seek additional co-sponsors of this resolution. Whereas the House of Representatives recognizes August 20th, 2021 as Slavery Remembrance Day and commemorates the lives of all enslaved people, while also condemning the act and perpetuation of slavery in the United States of America and across the world. Whereas we posthumously recognize the following members of Congress who served during and after the Reconstruction era as honorary co-sponsors of this resolution. Their names are listed. I will not read them today. I want to do something very special when these names are mentioned, and they shall be mentioned in the near future. But their names are all here. Persons who actually served in the Congress of the United States of America. These are persons who merit a special place in history because of all that they had to endure to serve our country. Whereas on August 20th, 1619, the first 20 enslaved Africans were brought to what is now Fort Monroe, then Point Comfort. At that time, the time that they arrived, August 20th, 1619, it was Point Comfort. History has a way of reminding us of things. Point Comfort, the place where 20 enslaved Africans arrived. Point Comfort. Whereas the House of Representatives recognizes August 20th, 2021 as Slavery Remembrance Day and commemorates the lives of all enslaved people, while also condemning the act and perpetuation of slavery in the United States of America and across the world. Whereas African tribal chiefs captured, enslaved, and sold their captives to transatlantic slave traders. You can't tell the story without telling the whole story. You have to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If there is a scintilla of a mistake in what I say, I would beg that people would contact me and let me know, because the truth about slavery must be told. And the truth is that African people sold other Africans into slavery. Whereas over the period of the Atlantic slave trade, from approximately 1526 to 1867, millions of humans were abducted and shipped from Africa, and 10,700,000 arrived in the Americas as personal property. Whereas the majority of enslaved Africans brought to British North America arrived between 1720 and 1780. I do want to emphasize the fact that they were personal property, chattels. They could be bought, they could be sold. I do understand that this is a part of the history that we don't cherish. It's a part of the history that we don't care to recall, but it's a part of the history that we must remember. We cannot allow ourselves to think for any amount of time that history will never repeat itself. And we have to be ever vigilant so as to prevent history from repeating itself. This is why we must have a Remembrance Day. This is not the only Remembrance Day, my dear friends. We remember 9/11, and it is commemorated for the lives that were lost. We remember Pearl Harbor. We remember January 6th, the date of the insurrection. And my prognostication is that there will be a January 6th Remembrance Day. Days such as these, days that are infamous, should always be remembered in the annals of history, and they should forever live in infamy. But we have to remember these days. Whereas 6% of African captives were sent directly to British North America, whereas by 1825 the population of the United States included 1/4 of the people of African descent in what has been called the New World. Whereas the Middle Passage from West Africa to the West Indies was dangerous and horrific for enslaved people. Whereas the Middle Passage carried mothers, fathers, children, sisters, brothers, aunts, uncles, cousins, and individuals from all walks of life to slavery in the Americas. Whereas although the sexes were separated, men, women, and children were kept naked, packed, and even stacked, I might add, but packed close together. And the men were chained for long periods. Whereas according to some historians, about 12% of those who embarked did not survive the voyage. Whereas sharks followed the slave ships to feed on the bodies of slaves thrown overboard. Whereas enslaved people suffered a variety of miserable and often fatal maladies due to the Atlantic slave trade and the inhumane living and working conditions. Whereas infant and child mortality rates were twice as high among slave children as among Southern white children. Whereas enslaved people often worked from sunup to after sundown, 6 to 7 days a week, often without food for long periods of time. Whereas enslaved black families lived with the perpetual possibility of separation caused by the sale of one or more family members. Stepping aside from the text for a moment, it has to be painful to hear this, to know that on the auction block, a mother could be separated from her children. To know that on that auction block, families would be separated and could be sent in different directions. Human beings treated as property. The suffering that they endured is unthinkable, unimaginable. Suffering that not even the mind of Dante could imagine. Persons treated to a certain extent like animals, human beings, enslaved black families. Continuing with the text. Whereas it is estimated that approximately 1/3 of enslaved children in the upper South states of Maryland and Virginia experienced family separation in one of 3 possible scenarios: sale away from parents, SALE, sale with mother away from father, or sale of mother or father away from children. These are the horrors of slavery, the evils of slavery that we can never, ever forget. Just as we never forget other horrors, just as we have remembrance days for them, we should have this Remembrance Day for slavery. Continuing with the text. Whereas Nat Turner was born into slavery in Southampton County, Virginia in 1800. Whereas Southampton County was home to many plantations and enslaved people outnumbered free whites. Whereas Turner learned to read and write at an early age, a young age, becoming deeply religious. Whereas Turner was sold to several different masters over the course of his life, the last time in 1830. Whereas Turner preached to his fellow enslaved people, developing a loyal following. Whereas Turner began planning a revolt with a few trusted fellow enslaved men from neighboring plantations. Generally speaking, we honor people who fight being held in captivity. Generally speaking, they are held in high esteem. They are celebrated for their desire to be free and their willingness to fight for their freedom. generally speaking. But one has to ask, where are all of the statues for Nat Turner? Where are all of the resolutions that have been written extolling the virtues of Nat Turner? The question must be posed: how can we honor those who enslaved to a greater extent than we honor those who suffered the horrors of slavery? Whereas, continuing with the text, Turner began planning a revolt with a few trusted fellow enslaved men from neighboring plantations. Whereas Turner's rebellion began in August 1831, quickly growing from a small handful of enslaved individuals to more than 70 enslaved and free blacks. Whereas the rebellions went from house to house in Southampton County, freeing enslaved people, whereas the rebels were ultimately defeated by a state militia that had over twice the manpower of the rebels, with 3 artillery companies reinforcing it. Whereas Turner was captured 6 weeks after the rebellion was put down, whereupon he was quickly convicted and sentenced to death. Continuing with the text. Whereas in retaliation for the uprising, Virginia officially executed 56 black people, with at least 100 more killed by militias through extrajudicial violence. We're now talking about people who were killed because other people fought for their freedom. Stepping aside from the text, we can never allow ourselves to sanitize the horrors of slavery. This resolution is important. There has to be a day of remembrance. Whereas the rebellion caused widespread panic among slaveholders throughout the South, resulting in widespread violence against enslaved people. Please understand, I take no great pride in reading this, in presenting this. There's no great pride in this. There's pain. This is sinful and shameful. And we can never forget the horrors of slavery. Whereas, in the wake of the rebellion, the Virginia General Assembly passed legislation making it illegal to teach enslaved free blacks to read and write. I take no pleasure. Whereas the Underground Railroad was a network of individuals who helped around 100,000 slaves escape to the north. Whereas the railroad began when a conductor, often posing as a slave, would enter a plantation and attempt to guide runaways. Whereas the escapees would travel 10 to 20 miles each night between safe houses or stations to avoid detection, waiting in safe houses for the next along the line to be alerted to their presence. Whereas Miss Harriet Tubman escaped from slavery along the Underground Railroad. A network of abolitionists who guided escaped slaves to the north, traveling primarily at night to avoid bounty hunters. Many of these persons, my dear friends, my dear brothers and sisters, were not of African ancestry. We didn't get here by ourselves. There were people of goodwill, of many stripes, that made it possible for us to have these opportunities that we have today. I thank them all. My prayer is that there will always be such people of goodwill to assist those who find themselves in harm's way due to injustice. Continuing with the text. Whereas Miss Tubman returned to the South no less than 13 times to free 70 enslaved persons, including much of her family, for which she would be given the name Moses. Whereas Miss Tubman deftly led those she saved north during the fall and winter, when there would be captors stayed inside to avoid the cold. Some things bear repeating. Whereas Miss Tubman deftly led those she saved north during the fall and winter, when their would-be captors stayed inside to avoid the cold. Whereas Miss Tubman's own words, "I never ran my train off the track, and I never lost a passenger." Whereas during the Civil War, Miss Tubman served as a nurse, scout, spy in the Union Army, becoming the first woman to plan and lead a military operation in the United States, liberating 700 enslaved people in South Carolina. Excuse me. Whereas the life of Miss Tubman continued, working to improve the lives of oppressed people, raising funds and building schools as well as hospitals in the name of formerly enslaved people, while participating in the women's suffrage movement. Whereas John Brown, an abolitionist who ran an important stop on the Underground Railroad, dedicated his life to slavery. Whereas John Brown led a militia in guerrilla attacks on pro-slavery towns in Kansas, losing one of his sons in the struggle. Whereas John Brown, with the help of Harriet Tubman, planned and organized an invasion of the South to free all slaves. One has to ask, where are the statues of John Brown? One has to ask, how is it that we have statues within a short distance of where I stand now, honoring those who would enslave, but not honoring those who would set the slaves free? One has to ask, how do these things happen? But one has to also be appreciative of the fact that their removal is almost a certainty now. One has to be appreciative of the fact that there are those among us who have taken up the fight for freedom, and they brought it to the very floor of this House of Representatives. I'm grateful to those who have concluded that we must remove the statues of those who would enslave. And my prayer is, we will replace them with some statues of those who fought to free the slaves. This is my prayer. Continuing with the text. Whereas Brown began his invasion at Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, but was surrounded and captured by federal troops led by Robert E. Lee, losing 2 more sons in the fighting. there are still people alive today who don't want John Brown to be celebrated. They don't want the people who gave their very last breath, the very last ounce of their existence to the cause of freedom. Celebrate those who would enslave, but not those who would free the slaves. I'm grateful to those people of goodwill who stand today to continue the struggle for liberty and justice for all, as extolled in the Pledge of Allegiance. Whereas the 13th Amendment was passed by Congress on January 31st, 1865, and ratified on December 6, 1865, and provides that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a condition of punishment, except as punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. There's much more that can be said about the 13th Amendment. I beg that because I do not say it at this time, that you not charge me for not knowing some of the things that can be said about the 13th Amendment. Continuing with the text, whereas beginning in the 20th century, African Americans began to relocate from southern farms to southern cities, from the south to the northeast, midwest, and west, in a movement known as the Great Migration. Whereas the relocation of formerly enslaved individuals and their descendants also included unfavorable and at times unjust interactions with law enforcement that often resulted in imprisonment and convict leasing. Stepping aside from the text, in Sugar Land, Texas, bodies were unearthed. In Sugar Land, Texas, 95 bodies unearthed. Those who study these things have concluded that they were likely the victims of convict leasing. Convict leasing was a means by which slavery was continued by another name. Convict leasing allowed laws to be used to have persons who committed petty offenses held in jail. They were detained, couldn't pay a fine. These black codes, as they were called, allowed for convict leasing to continue. Persons were arrested for just standing around, not having a job, put into the convict leasing program. 95 such bodies were found of persons who are thought to have been victims of convict leasing in Sugar Land, Texas. just outside of my congressional district, I might add. Whereas convict leasing, also known as slavery by another name, was a system that allowed persons to lease imprisoned individuals to private entities, often corporations and plantations. Whereas the remains of 95 persons thought to be of African ancestry who were subjected to the state of Texas convict leasing system were discovered in 2018 at the construction site of Fort Bend Independent School District's James Reese Career and Technical Center in Sugar Land, Texas. There's much more to be said about this. In the days, weeks to come, I shall say more about this and what has happened to these 95 persons. Human beings buried to a certain extent in a common grave area. Whereas, while slavery was abolished, the descendants of the enslaved continued to live with the effects of slavery's progenies. These progenies, Jim Crow, mass lynchings, segregation, police brutality, mass incarceration, and institutionalized racism. Progenies of slavery. Stepping aside from the text, I am a son of the segregated South. I've experienced these progenies, some of them, not all, of course. I'm 73 years of age. I have been blessed to live longer than many thought I would. Not because of some illness, but because I was born black. The prognosticators never projected nor prognosticated that I'd be standing here. There's nothing at my birth that would have given anyone reason to believe that I would stand here. And probably there was nothing that would give persons reason to believe that I would stand here and read this resolution. For many, this is a resolution that's not supposed to be filed. It's not supposed to be heard. I'm a liberated Democrat. I'm not going to allow my agenda, the agenda of those who have suffered, to go unnoticed. It won't happen on my watch. As long as I'm in this house, I'm going to remind us that we have a duty and a responsibility as well as an obligation to understand the evils of slavery and understand how they have not evaporated. They've not simply faded away. To this day, the progenies of the evils still haunt us. They haunt us. They haunt us in this very house. And for those who are offended, I beg that you would forgive me. But I don't have any recourse. Those who sent me here, they didn't send me here to do all that I can to get along and go along. They sent me here to try to make a difference. I guess I have a case of the can't help it's. I do what I have to because I know my history and I've suffered the pain from a progeny of slavery. Continuing with the text. Whereas, despite the horrors of slavery and against all odds, enslaved people became thought leaders and revolutionaries and changed the course of American history. Too often they are forgotten, pushed aside. Too often the history that they made is stolen. Too often the status quo will wait until they can find a proper person to attribute the history to. The status quo too often selects the persons that ought to be celebrated in history. And too often those persons are not the persons who suffered to bring the history to a better place. The status quo has many ways to defend itself. The status quo can do it with the power of appointment. The status quo can do it with acknowledging people and ignoring others. Status quo has many ways to defend itself. I'm reminded of the words of Voltaire. He reminds us that it is dangerous to be, and I'm paraphrasing, it is dangerous to be right in matters where the established powers are wrong. Voltaire. So the status quo defends itself, and the true history is not always known. There will come a time, however, when the truth about some of the history I'm aware of will be made known. Mr. Chairman, the House is not in order. Someone appears to be on the phone in the House. I ask that we kindly investigate. This is a matter of serious concern, and a person ought not be on the phone in the House. It's contrary to the rules of the House. Person ought not do this when a serious matter is being discussed on the floor of the House of Representatives. Doesn't matter who that person is, by the way. And if the person doesn't stop, I'll put the person's name in the record because I know who it is. I'm not going to suffer that kind of disrespect. Resolved. This resolution may be cited as the original Slavery Remembrance Day resolution of 2021. That's section 1 in the short title. Section 2, Slavery Remembrance Day. that the House of Representatives, 1, supports the designation of a Slavery Remembrance Day to serve as a reminder of the evils of slavery. 2, condemns slavery and its evil progenies and encourages all to acknowledge the importance of slavery remembrance. I'm grateful to the Speaker for allowing the time. I'm grateful to the Majority Leader. I'm grateful to the Whip. I'm grateful to all of the chairs. I'm grateful to the many persons who are co-sponsors of this resolution. As I indicated, it was coming to me as I was moving to the floor, and I have found a note from my staff. I'm eternally grateful to my staff. 77 co-sponsors. 77. These are the persons who are part of what I believe to be a historic resolution. Those who are not should not be condemned. We simply but only ask that they would become co-sponsors, and this can be accomplished quite easily. Contact my office and let us know that you'd like to be a co-sponsor. The love we have for you is not diminished one scintilla because you're not an original. It is not. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm interested in having persons of goodwill become a part of this resolution. And there is much more that will be said and done as we move forward with the resolution. I thank all of the persons who are here today. I appreciate the fact that this House functions as efficaciously as it does. I'm going to remember who was standing with the gavel at hand. I'm going to remember the faces. This is a special moment in time. I'll remember those who were to speak after me. I'll remember this wonderful lady who's seated over to my left, who's always been so kind and so generous and gentle. I'll remember the person who has prevented me from talking on the phone and who doesn't allow it to happen in this house when there's business before this house. She's even-handed. She treats all of us the same. I'll remember the parliamentarian who has allowed his COVID beard to continue. That's just a joke, friends. I want to bring a bit of levity. But the parliamentarian has been very helpful, and all of those who are associated with the office, been very helpful. And I pray that on the 20th or before, this resolution will receive a vote in this House so that this House can go on record, as it has gone on record for many other things, as supporting Slavery Remembrance Day. Mr. Speaker, it's my honor now to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Richmond High School softball team, the Division III state champions. As you know, softball, especially girls softball, has been very near and dear to my heart. The Richmond girls persevered through a hard-fought championship game against Buchanan, including being down 1-0 going into the 6th inning. After losing 2 of their first 3 games, the Richmond girls showed that they would not give up on their team and ended their season on a 22-game win streak. With everything that these students have had to fight through this year, softball has been their rock. They continued to fight to prove that no matter what adversity was in front of them, they would overcome it. We are all so proud of you. Congratulations, Richmond girls softball team. Second, I rise today. I rise today to congratulate Unionville-Seaboing High School softball team to back-to-back Division IV state champs. The girls of Unionville-Seaboing, also known as USA, proved to the entire state of Michigan that they remain at the top of the Division IV with their 14-1 victory over Runyard. USA set a Michigan high school. Oh, that's all right. I appreciate it. Congratulations.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for 30 minutes.
Let me thank the Speaker for his courtesies and begin with a clarion call. The Speaker wears many hats, and we have been in meetings where we have focused our legislative prowess, legislative questions on voting rights. And so I think it is appropriate to begin today to say that a crisis is pending. I'm stunned by this decision. I am aghast. I will not use the word enraged because action requires a calm and contemplative mind. But today, the Supreme Court upheld voting restrictions. They might have written it and said they upheld voting laws. They upheld voting restrictions in Arizona and signaled that challenges in new state laws, making it harder to vote. My God, I'm going to say that on this floor. Making it harder to vote, in spite of the constitutional privilege that is ensconced in 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment that generates into the states the dignity of humanity, that citizenship's birthright is the right to be precise in your desires of your representation. And then it signaled in this article that challenges to new state laws making it harder to vote would have a hostile reception from a majority in the justices. The vote, just as we expected. All of the court packing has bore fruit. Give me, for I wanted to be on this floor speaking eloquently, if you will, about a myriad of things. But 6-3 vote, not even a light of difference. 3 that were not appointed by Republican presidents. And then, of course, the packing by the former President of the United States. And by the way, I just want to make a public statement. I know the First Amendment has its privileges. I asked the media to call the former president the former president. He is not the President of the United States. He's not president and his name. He is the former president. He is not president and his name at the border. He is the former president at the border, creating havoc. And havoc was created with this 6-3 vote. The decision was the court's first consideration of how a crucial part of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 applies to voting restrictions that have a disproportionate impact on members of minority groups, and it was issued as disputes over voting rights have taken center stage, and how we are still suffering from the Shelby case of 2013 that indicated that the Section 5 Provision 4 is unconstitutional and has left us with no tools to deal with this. As Republican-controlled state legislatures increasingly seek to impose restrictions, new voting rules, we are in the fight of our life. So I'm on the floor of the House today to indicate that there is no divide in any of us, thanking the Congressional Black Caucus, Chairwoman Beatty, on the urgency of voting rights, and the Judiciary Committee, and the chairman of that committee, the subcommittee chairman of that committee, and all the members and staff. We needed this decision to be able to craft the record that is going to withstand and fight the battle and be able to pass what the Supreme Court cannot undermine with its decision. In fact, we must thwart its decision. We must protect the vulnerable. We must not allow the disabled to be videotaped in Texas. We must not allow the hungry and thirsty to be denied water and food in Georgia. We must not allow judges to overturn willy-nilly the elections in Texas. And we must not allow, if I might, the idea of a former officer of the United States, in fact, the chief officer of the United States. We must not allow that person to make mockery of the order of government. There is but one president of the United States, that is President Joe Biden. There is but one Vice President Kamala Harris, and they are effectively leading this government and this nation. They are caring people. President Biden is, as we speak, either there or en route to the enormous tragedy in Surfside, Florida, to provide comfort, but also to provide the strength of the federal government in any investigation that will proceed. That is the able work of the Florida delegation and this president. They will do their job, particularly those members who represent that area in Debbie Wasserman Schultz and many other members. But it is challenging to be thwarted in voting and to ignore the Constitution of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. And so today, I want to proceed with what I think is a necessary agenda that is so important to this nation. And so you'll hear me talk about so many different aspects of the issue of governance, why voting is so important, and why we need to close the social and racial divide, or racial and social equity should be intertwined. So let me emphasize, if you will, the enormous difference that what we are going to be working on over the next couple of weeks is going to make in lives. And that is, of course, the child tax credit. I just want to briefly, because votes and the winning of the majority in 2020 of the House and Senate by Democrats, and of course, the new president and vice president, led us to the expanded and improved child tax credit. It is a historic change that is a lifeline to the middle class and cuts child poverty. It provides children and their families with additional payments the year that helps them with the cost of food, child care, diapers, health care, clothing, and taxes. I'll be in my town, Houston, Texas, on July 3rd, yes, the Independence Weekend, to be able to open the eyes of my mothers and fathers caring for children, that this is their legitimate opportunity to receive monthly payments, $250 per month per child, and $300 per month for every young child. All the families in my community can feel more secure and better able to deal with the burdensome expenses that face them weekly and monthly. Let me be very clear. This brings America together. This idea of the child tax credit. But let me remind you, it was because of our votes, your votes, that elected a Democratic majority, not a majority that does not include a desire to work in a bipartisan manner. We do desire that. And I think this is the first opportunity that I've had since the historic passage, maybe the second, in a moment that I can say to the chamber and to this historic congressional record, a large thank you for bipartisanship that has brought about, after 38 years, the historic Juneteenth holiday that was celebrated because it was signed on June 17th, the first historic holiday on June 18th. Thank you to Opal Lee. Thank you to the initiator of a state holiday in Texas, Al Edwards. But more importantly, thank you to that teacher in the airport that stopped me and said, thank you for Juneteenth. I can now teach the original sin of slavery to even elementary school children, not out of anger and hatefulness, but the whole story of America's original sin and what liberation, emancipation, and freedom represents. Thank you to the quote of President Joe Biden that said he may be known for many things in his administration, but he will probably be remembered for signing the Juneteenth holiday. I am grateful to my colleagues for allowing me to lead, to have introduced that bill, the first member of Congress to do so, and I'm grateful for members in the other body, Senator Markey and Senator Cornyn, who rallied so that the Senate could move and that in one day we could pass it in the House, take the bill that I introduced that the Senate then took, and to the leadership here, how much we exalted this body when it was a 415-person vote. I hope with that vote that there are those thinking that, wow, I voted for that. I'm not finished, because we are not finished. Because if anything reinforces that our journey is not finished, it must be the idea that today the Supreme Court rendered a decision that completely turns upside down the writing of the John Lewis Enhancement Act, led so ably by my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, a bill that will come through the House Judiciary Committee, that we will be able to be the fixers, the doctors, those who will hold the Constitution Act and say, no, the Supreme Court, though the highest body in the land in this instance because of the court packing is wrong. Because the founding fathers did not intend for us to have a restraint on that unfettered right of voting. My friends, we would not be in the midst of the debate right now of the INVEST Act that is going to provide such a new difference in our lives. That is because of the vote. Thank you to the chairman of the Transportation Committee, and Mr. DeFazio, because now that first step will be toward rebuilding the nation's roads, bridges, transit, rail, and we'll be fighting against climate change. Look at our western region where hundreds are impacted, thousands, millions, but then they have lost tens upon tens, maybe hundreds of people, maybe, but certainly numbers who've died from the enormous heat. We actually passed that historic bill today. And I'm very proud that part of it, working out of Energy and Commerce and working with Chairman Pallone, that we have provided real dollars to communities for wastewater infrastructure. You know that is important. We have done that through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. We have provided, I want you to understand, that historic funding levels for drinking water, state revolving fund, and making improvements to prioritize replacing lead service lines that have plagued so many of our Midwestern states and Southern states, our public housing, improving water quality in schools. I know it well because my schools are old, and children before the historic water systems, bottled water, they were drinking out of those old water fountains. And addressing needs in territories, reforming the broken standard setting to make it work better as it relates to public health, and to eliminate toxins. The vote, the right to vote. The right to vote is an extremely vital part. And as we have had the right to vote, and each member has had the right, I'm glad to publicly announce that I will have complete reformation of a historic street in my district, Scott Street. The right to vote, with the grant that was awarded through me to Houston and Metro and the city of Houston, which we'll be announcing soon. Those of you living in and around Scott Street, the University of Houston, Texas Southern University, there'll be a new light, a new opportunity. And then we will be able to expand on the Greenways project, neighborhood greenways. I've heard you. I've heard the neighborhood. And so we will have that opportunity. And through voting, the Jackson-Lee-Esplanade Amendment, it's in now, it's law, going on to the Senate to be finally passed, and I'm going to be an optimist, that we were able to have an amendment in the Safe Streets program where funds are spent to require state departments, or this amendment gives local governments more control over where the funds for the new Safe Streets program are spent by requiring the State Department of Transportation that ignores local government. They're ignoring local governments right now in my community on I-45. They ignore them. By expanding I-45 and taking out houses and schools and buying up historic neighborhoods, they are wrong. TxDOT, you are wrong. And we will continue to investigate until you realize that you're wrong. But I have an amendment now that says that local governments must be heard and they must be consulted with on the amount of dollars to help them carry out Safe Streets projects. And that is to use the Safe Streets program to set aside safety funds to reduce fatalities and serious injuries on public roads with a focus on vulnerable road users such as pedestrians, bicyclists, scooters, users, and motorcyclists. Why? People are dying. In my district, a lady stopped her car to help a wheelchair person get across the street. Another car hit her and the wheelchair person and killed them. Not even stopping. Who needs to have the resources but our local government? And then, of course, we have seen death take a toll on motorcycle bike riders. Bike Texas has been fighting for this. And we lost a young man a few years ago And as he was riding his bike in the Heights area, I promised his family he lost his life. The lady who lost her life that's pushing the wheelchair was Lesha White, 54. And she was helping Jesus Jesse Perez, to cross. Ms. White pulled over and got out. And as I said, another vehicle struck them. And they were both killed. And on March 7th, 2019, right before the pandemic, I went to the spot. David Leon Lawyer was killed in the collision with a school bus while riding his bicycle, and that was the way he got around in the Heights. This is in their name, to make local governments take charge of those dollars and to help stop that kind of violence, which it is. And then the motorcycle riders, they have motorcycle clubs, and they are ignored. And in the name of Jamal Harris, who was killed around Mother's Day, or in May, this amendment was put forward. I was able as well. In the freeze, we suffered. People died. And so I have an amendment that was passed, will now become law, requires the EPA administrator to initiate a study on the distribution of wastewater infrastructure funds to rural communities, economically disadvantaged communities, and tribal communities during the 20 fiscal years preceding. And the reason is because there has been the understanding that wastewater resources in inner city infrastructure and rural is poor, not working, and you feel the impact. I'm grateful. But again, I'm going to say voting. And then, of course, we know the freeze. So many died. In early February, President again came to acknowledge something that we had never experienced. Our whole grid shut down, which is why we need the American Jobs Plan in its totality. I stand with my friends in the Congressional Progressive Caucus, the Budget Committee, and the Congressional Black Caucus, and all of the Democratic Caucus, that we must go big. We must work with this bipartisan legislation, but we must get climate change. We must get the care economy, and we must deal with the broadband and cyber. But in this, the electric grids have been failing, and so my amendment, under this particular amendment, implements a program under which the administrator may award grants to community water systems to carry out activities to educate and assist persons by the community water system in adapting and responding to bad acts and natural disasters, including sub-zero temperatures. What does that mean is that our pipes froze. People still suffering from freezing, and those pipes busted, destroyed homes. Not only did people die, frozen to death, because they had no electricity, but they had no water. And I remember standing and giving out water to thousands. And when I say that, being part of giving out water to thousands all over our community. We were giving out water in 2021. They had no water. Not only did they have no water, but it took a very long time. I do want to put into the record this word to show you why the wastewater is so important. The path-breaking 2019 study and report said, flushed and forgotten, sanitation wastewater in the rural states, and it was conducted by the Alabama Center for Rural Enterprise and the Columbia Law School for Human Rights. It indicated sanitation is essential to everyday functions such as urination and defecation. Without a system in place to dispose of wastewater, individuals experience environmental contamination. The perpetual appearance of wastewater in and around homes that occurs when systems are absent or failing takes a significant toll on mental health and the ability of individuals to live in dignity. Do you realize that that is occurring in America? That's why I'm here today. And I'm here today because no one is going to tell me with conditions like this that we don't need the American Jobs Plan and that we don't need the dollars that will stop flooding in Houston, which we have built up enormously. No one is going to tell me that we don't need the child tax credit for each and every one of you. That's why we will be in Houston at July the 3rd. We will be in Houston July the 3rd. because these children need these resources. And then let me spend the time, if the speaker would tell me the remaining time, please.
The gentlelady has 7 minutes remaining.
Thank you. So I want to just take a moment to physically hold this one up and to emphasize how important our children are before I raise another very vital point. One, it was because of votes that we got the Children's Health Insurance Program. And it will be because of votes that we get the expanded, or that we got the expanded child tax credit, that you will get $250 for older children, $300 for younger children every single month. Meet me at the St. John's Church at 10 a.m. on July 3rd to ensure that you get the right information. This is not a sales job. This is what voting and representation is all about. And so I want to be able to conclude my remarks with something that has been, Mr. Speaker, very important, and I hope that its explanation is one that is taken not historically in the way that it should. And I want to ignore, not to ignore the attack on democracy, and to acknowledge the leadership of this House for the January 6th committee. I have worked on a select committee. I am a member who was here for 9/11, and when I say here, I was literally in this Capitol, and among others, fled out of this Capitol and watched the billowing smoke that was the results of the hit at the Pentagon as we were escaping. And so I take very seriously the issues of January 6th. I want to also briefly acknowledge the work that we've done with ensuring that Confederate statues were removed and to put them in the place of history, but not a place that is the citadel of democracy, when there were those that stood up against that democracy. I want to acknowledge the validity of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act and pay tribute to this family that has been so sacrificing to try to make things right. But now I want to proceed with what I think must be our next step with voting, is the H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Slavery and Develop Reparation Proposals. And I want to take away any glare or misunderstanding that this is a figment of our imagination. This is something that we should do in passing. It is an impossibility. It is a third rail. If we do this, something will happen. I welcome, and I am here present to speak to all of my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans. But I want you to look at the back of this slave. The silence is deadening as to what occurred for almost a quarter of 1,000 years, in bondage over 200 years. We have difficulty in detailing the actual facts of the precise brutality in every plantation, in every nuance, in every northern state, in every southern state, in every western state, and every eastern, because it was prevalent everywhere. There were different times when it ended. Certainly, December 1865 was when the 13th Amendment was so eloquently debated, with difficulty, and it was passed. But H.R. 40 is the distinct opportunity internationally for America's presence to be known, that we are back, that we are willing to acknowledge the original sin. We're not here accounting for my neighbor who will tell me that he or she did not have slaves. That is not the accounting that we are, in essence, looking at. We're not looking to be able to see whether or not my other neighbor just left slavery. Slavery is part of America's history. The DNA and the progeny of slavery are here in America. You cannot ignore them. They are the foundation of this nation. They built the place I now stand. Slaves. They built the White House. Slaves. They built infrastructure. They created cotton and made it king, never to be given any compensation for years of work. No health insurance, no workman's comp, no salary. But as the UN Human Rights Council has said, reparations should not only be equated with financial compensation, it should include restitution, rehabilitation, acknowledgement of injustices, apologies, memorializations, educational reform, and guarantees that such injustices won't happen again. The legislation itself is a non-threatening and serious legislation. It is a reflection of what General Sherman tried to do. He tried to remedy the back that we see here today. He tried to give 40 acres and a mule. Can you imagine the conglomerate that would have occurred if 5, 6, 10, 20 slaves had come together with that? And believe me, slaves did not ask in anger. In fact, as they did not get it, they made their way. But as they made their way, we can cite 19 sites almost in America where what slaves built was destroyed. Greenwood, 100 years, is an example. Greenwood is an example of a cry for reparations. Mother Fletcher and Mother Randall and our sergeant, her brother, articulate that they never got anything and all that they had in Greenwood was taken from them. What an unbelievable scenario that we're facing. And so my plea today is that as you've listened to me, I leave here to go fight for voting rights. But I also leave here with a challenge and an encouragement for the understanding of all that I've said, Mr. Speaker, but more importantly, as I close, H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals. I look forward to working with our leadership and all others to ensure that we do make this an important step forward. I yield back.
The gentlelady has yielded back. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 2 of House Resolution 503, 117th Congress, and the order of the House of January 4th, 2021, of the following members to the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, Chair. Ms. Lofgren of California. Mr. Schiff of California. Mr. Aguilar of California. Ms. Cheney of Wyoming. Mrs. Murphy of Florida. Mr. Raskin of Maryland. And Mrs. Luria of Virginia.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 11:30 a.m. tomorrow.